Just take a little while here to have everybody join in here. I'm going to go ahead and find the chat here real quick. And there we go. And welcome to the IRL in real life. This is Willy's Jeep Day. I'll be building both the Agora models, SAS Willy's Jeep by Agora Models. I highly recommend this. Get this while you can. Very unique model of the famous North African British SAS Willy's Jeep. And lots of added features on here: machine guns, jerry cans, tarps, helmets. I mean, it's fantastic here. Very unique grille on the front of that Jeep, as you can see here. And let's look at the poster, because we actually got the poster right here. So there you go. Make sure it's not glaring for you here. Fantastic, huh? Just a little bit lower. Remember, this is 1/8 scale. Mostly the body itself and the frame are all made of metal, so this makes for a very heavy kit when it's completed. There's a lot of plastic parts too, but mostly metal here. And I believe you can look for aftermarket figures and all that would go along with this, so makes it for a fantastic display piece if you're into the North African campaign from World War II. And Agora Models. Head over to agoramodels.com and get this for yourself today. Okay? They have many different options on how you can receive this kit. And they've also come out with the Orca from the Jaws movie, the Orca boat. And I hope to be receiving that real soon. Agora said they would send me one, so we'll see what happens with that. I inquired with them. So there's your Willy's Jeep from Agora Models. So this is live. I'm also going to be filming my videos that I do for this. I do have a playlist for this build. So if you look up above my channel, go to my home page of my channel, go to the tabs up above and look for playlist. In the playlist, you'll see the Willy's SAS Jeep there. So the other Jeep that I'm going to go ahead and build after this, I'm going to go ahead and continue with the EXO Collections Willy's MB Jeep from World War II. Now that's the green Willy's Jeep that I started. And it is heavy. It is a beast. Let me turn this around. There you go. So I learned a lot about this kit when I built it. So there's a lot of lessons learned with this Jeep, and it was initially from Eagle Moss. And before I had a chance to complete it, and before I even had a chance to even get all the rest of the parts, we know what happened with Eagle Moss. So this is the Willy's MB Jeep, and like I said, you can get this now from EXO Collections. You can actually, the only option that EXO Collection offers, they don't offer a subscription. You actually have to buy the complete kit, okay? So it is a beast, full engine detail inside of it, and it is nice. I learned a lot of things about this while I was building it. And I just have very little parts to add to it to finish up the Jeep. And then we build the trailer and the gun for this. So it's pretty much done though. The Jeep is pretty much done. It's a fantastic kit, and I would highly recommend it. Get that for yourself. So I'm looking forward to finishing up the SAS Jeep too. So we're going to add some parts to this a little bit later. And as you know, on my channel, I am building the LaFerrari 1/8 scale. Fantastic build. I'm really enjoying that one too. All right, so how many are on board here? About between 2 and 3 people. Hey, Mike, NY3D Creations is joining in here and probably just watching while he's doing his work. Very busy man. How was that Daytona 500? I love that Daytona 500. I like Reddick. He's a good driver. You know, if you know his background and where he comes from, I know you know, Mike. You know more about NASCAR than I do because I don't keep up with it as much as you do, but what a race. Wow. Wow, what a finish. Probably one of the better Daytona 500 races I've seen, even though, you know, some of my favorite drivers got wrecked out, but that's Daytona for you. I mean, you know, it's kind of like gambling there. You never know who's going to end it. And it was good to see, what is it, 2311 team owned by Denny Hamlin and the legendary Michael Jordan. And wow, it was just a thrill to see Michael Jordan celebrate and what they all went through, that team last year with against NASCAR, the lawsuits and the court stuff, and you know, they settled. I really didn't understand fully what was going on with that, but I'm glad it was all settled. And you know, here we go. They won the Daytona 500. That was fantastic. Yeah, it was definitely good to see MJ in victory lane. Healing the rifts. Yeah, I would say so. Healing the rifts. But here I am. Most of you know I live here in southern Arizona. I actually live in Tucson, and there's a lot going on right now. And it's been occupying my time, unfortunately. We know there is a big investigation. Someone's grandmother and mom and mother was abducted. I'm not really going to get into it, but it's not far away from where I live, and there's a lot of activity going on here. There's a few live streamers that I follow, and I feel like I get a better report on the news with those people than I do with mainstream media that's out there. However, there's some people that are doing an outstanding job in the mainstream media also. They're just swarming all over out here. And it's not really interfering with my life because it's not really that close to me, but it's fairly close. Probably within 8 to 10 miles away is where all this is happening. And it just has some concerns for me where I live with the crime that we have in Tucson. We've always had a lot of crime, and you know, security of my home and all that. And one thing I found out as we talk about this subject is Google Maps. Google Maps, you can go in there and look at your house, and you can look at it from above, but you can also look at it with a street view. Now in the street view, it's pretty detailed. When they drive by your house, you can see everything on the front of your house. You can see your gate, your doors, your cameras, whatever. So I discovered you can go into Google and you can tell them to blur your house. So that's what I did. What you do, when you bring up the street view of your home, go to the top right hand corner where the 3 dots are, click on that and choose report a problem. Once you do that, then you can select what you want them to do, and you can tell them, hey, please blur my home and all my vehicles out in front. And then don't just do the one view. You're actually going to find out as they go by your house, there's probably like 4 views that show your house. So send in a request for all those views that show your house. And you get the option, you can move this little red box around to highlight what you want blurred. So that's very helpful for security reasons of your home. That way nefarious characters can't stake out your house and plan to do a robbery. We have a lot of robberies. We have robberies that are dealing with looking for goods, of course, the usual, or looking for weapons, right? Because we know weapons get moved south for the cartels, or there's even drug-related issues. And we've had police SWAT teams in my neighborhood going after somebody, usually drug-related. And I live in a middle-class neighborhood. I'm not in an affluent neighborhood. I'm not in the foothills. I'm kind of on the bottom of the foothills. I'm in a nice area, but you know, I know all my neighbors. We all talk with each other. We all communicate, and that's the key there too. Know your neighbor. And I have 2 big dogs that will alert me to anything. So, and you know, I have a few pew-pews available. Won't get into that, but yeah. So I feel safe here, but you know, why not? Why not have the street view blur my house? And I think you can probably have them blur from above too. I probably will go in there to Google Maps and go into the above shot of my house and have them blur that too. Okay, so that was a lot of fun. I hope if you're not doing anything today and you find yourself just want to have me in the background, please tune me in. As I build these, I'm going to be filming them on camera and creating a video as part of my playlist for this build. So this is pack number 4. And I was wrong. The previous pack, pack 3, I actually received 9 stages, but this time I received 8 stages. That's just the way they did it. So with 8 stages, I'm working on stage 25 through 30. And we'll be finishing up with the chassis here. Here's the chassis I built so far. We actually built on the front differential and the springs and the drive shaft going to the transfer case, but we didn't finish the rear part. We didn't finish the rear differential and axle. And if you guys watch my previous video, I'll probably make a separate video explaining this because it will really be helpful to a lot of people. Is the differentials, the axles, they are the weakest point of this suspension. I found that out with the Willy's MB Jeep because one of the axles broke. It broke on those screws that are screwed in from above underneath. And I showed you guys how to overcome that and how to beef it up so your axles won't break. If you put any kind of weight on the top of that Jeep, on top of the weight that this is already going to be because of all the metal parts, it puts a lot of stress on those points within the axle. Okay, so I'll show you that here as we go along in this video because we're going to be doing the rear differential in this video. All right, so let's talk about the parts, and I'll go ahead and do an intro for my video from above. Try to film this where there's not too much glare from above. Welcome, my friends. Welcome back to Scale Model Kit Review Studio. Welcome back to another installment of the Agora models, the British SAS Willy's Jeep. I am currently working on pack 4. Wow, we've done a lot so far with this. It's been fantastic. You can see here, we got this much done here with the chassis. We have the front axle and differential completed, along with the drive shaft and steering components and the differential, drive shaft, and all that I already mentioned at once. So we're going to be working more parts, adding more to this chassis, and 8 more stages here, 25 through 30. And we'll talk about what we receive in each one of those. I'm sorry, 23, stage 23 through 30. So stage 23 is fitting the rear brake plates, and that's this right here. Stage 24 This would be the building the rear differential. So right here, I'll show you what we do with that to beef it up. And then stage 25, building the front right wheel. And speaking of which, I showed you in pack 3 how to beef up the front axle, because that's the weakest point of this kit, are those axles, unfortunately. Stage 26 is fitting the front right wheel. Right, that's with 25. We have the rim, the wheel and tire, those go together. I'll combine those in the video. Stage 27, fitting the front brake hoses. So we'll actually have to cut those and route those. We also get a jerry can that makes that nice. Stage 28, fitting the rear brake hoses. Once again, we get more brake hoses and another jerry can. Some of the jerry cans were used for fuel and some were used for water. Stage 29, fitting the exhaust pipe, and we get a backpack there, some of the components that get mounted to the Jeep. And then stage 30, we received our first fender, the front left wheel fender, and that's there. You can see they still retain the green color out of the factory, but yet these were painted that desert yellow for the British. Very cool. All right, so without further ado, let's get started on stage 23. And I forgot to mention that the instructions are found on the Agora Models website. I'll mention that as we go along here. So you can download them if you want. You can print them, or you can just view them on your on one of your devices. I have an iPad over here that I use for that, and you can see that. So scroll down to stage 23 and get rolling on that. Okay, you can kind of see that. All right, this is a very old iPad, so I only use it for this. I have other iPads that are newer, but this one is perfect for what I need it for. And some of the things you're going to need for this are, I would recommend some 3-in-1 oil for the screws. If you're going to screw the screws down into metal, they kind of cut their own threads as they're going in, and it helps put oil on them. And then you're also going to want a little bit of soap and water for those U-joints for the axles, for the U-bolts. U-bolts go in a lot easier for mounting the axles. They're made out of plastic. You got to be careful. I actually broke one in the previous video, so I'm going to try to avoid that this time, that I don't break one. Maybe a good pair of tweezers. I have these pointy tweezers, but I think I want to get some with a dull end on them. Go in my studio next door and grab those out before I begin here. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Maybe some glue. You might need some glue. Super glue, yeah, we're going to use super glue on the axle, and I'll show you how I do that. But we'll go ahead and leave 23 out. Put the rest of these aside. All right. Anybody have any questions there? Who else is here? Just Mike? Please join the chat if you're watching. Don't forget to smash the like button. That helps out, helps to get this out. And all right, I will be back. I got to grab a couple more supplies. I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. So I grabbed these tweezers here. They're a little bit broader and flat on the end. It's going to help me grab those U-bolts for the axles that are contained in this bag here. They are plastic. All right. And of course, I forgot something else, but I can't remember what it was. You know, can't help that. Senior moment. Zoom in with the top camera there. I know there was something else that I was going to grab. How's the video, everybody? Pretty good quality there? All right, let's see here. And welcome back. And also, don't forget to head over to the Agora Models website, and you can actually view the instructions for this online. You can download them or you can print them. You have those three options there for these. So they do not give us a little booklet or anything for the instructions. You must do that in order for you to build this. Okay, so we have parts here for stage 23. Okay, which is the fitting the rear brakes. We get a backpack there. Let's get a closer look at these parts. And I'll edit out, you know, what I don't like to show you in my videos. I'm cutting the bag open and all that stuff. I like to edit that all out to make the video shorter. Zoom in a little further, just to show you these components. And I have these same U joints on my Jeep, my Cherokee, and I don't know if I have them on. Yeah, they should have them on the Wrangler. All right. All right, here's a close-up of those parts. We have this backpack with a nice nylon strap attached to it with a painted buckle. It's very cool. And you may, if you can get some paint to match, you might want to fill in these edges and repaint it, which I might do. And then we have the rear brake drums that mount to the axle along with the plastic U-bolts here. Okay. All right. So the first thing we do, we put in these U-bolts. And I'm not going to show the, yeah, I might show the process for the first one. All right. So I have a little soap and water. Center that on the video camera from above. There we go. All right, so I'll go ahead and explain everything. All right, so we're going to install these U-bolts, and they are made of plastic, and they are fragile. And you find that they're a little bit hard to put through the holes here on the plates for the bottom of the spring plate, spring perch. I left them loose so you have movement for both of the U-bolts on each side. Okay. Now, to make it easier, you don't want to use oil on plastic parts. So I'm going to use soap and water. Dishwashing soap and some water. Simply take and dip it in there. Okay. The other thing you can do too is add some to the holes where it goes into. Put some soap and water there too. Okay. Now, this will dry up within 24 hours. Then you can go in there later and super glue the ends in place so they don't come loose. All right. So that's what I did there. Now I'm going to also use some really good high quality tweezers to help me do this. Move that out of the way so I don't spill. Flip this over, and I'm zoomed in on it with my camera from above and line everything up. There we go. And see, it just went right in. No issues whatsoever. Doesn't go in very far. Just like that. Now I may take and screw that down just a little more. Okay. And take my tweezers and pull them down a little bit. But it's flush on top, so it doesn't insert as much as the other one. Now we'll go ahead and do the other side. There we go. Whoops. So these will definitely need to be super glued. I think once I have it lined up, I will tighten down that screw. There we go. And the other side, do the same thing with it. So they'll stay in place. Now at this point you could take and super glue it. Just wipe off the excess. And throw some super glue on these so they'll stay. And you can see that there. If you wanted to throw some accelerator on there, that would help out also. But there you go. Both U-joints are in place. I'll do the other side and I'll be right back. All right, so if you didn't want to use the soap and water, that's fine too. You can just be very careful when you're trying to pull them through with your tweezers here, okay? So I'm going to do the other side without using soap and water just to show you. I'm not going to show it on camera, but I'll talk about it from above. But because these look like they don't go in very far. Or these one do. Huh. Okay. Kind of odd. So even without the soap and water, they don't want to stay in place. So definitely want to super glue them. I'm going to tighten down that plate, screw in the plate there. So take an X-Acto blade and try to clean out this one hole because it looks like it's interfering with it a bit. All right. So this one's giving me problems, so I may want to go ahead and put some soap in there, just on that one end. Okay, so I'm putting some soap on the one because it doesn't want to go in. So you're going to run into that because maybe it's a good idea to clean those holes out with an X-Acto blade, get the paint out of them, and that would help it along with these. One goes in okay, the other one does not. Okay. There we go. Okay, and I'm just gonna throw some super glue on that. And I'll let that sit for a few seconds, but there we go. right. So those U-joints are in now. And both U-joints and both sides are completed. The U-joints, I'm sorry, and both sides are completed. All 4 U-bolts are installed. And you don't necessarily need to use the soap and water to help it along. You go ahead and try it out with them dry to see how they fit. Using some of the tweezers I showed you really helps out. And then I went ahead and I took and dried off everything, and then I applied some super glue to them to help hold them in place. And that's the super glue right there. Now we'll go ahead and install the brake discs. Now I'll go ahead and install the brake backing plates. So there we go. That's that section. So it takes me longer to do things than you actually see on the video. Some people don't mind that. But I usually cut it out. I don't show you all the stuff there. All right, so make sure I'm doing this right. Okay. These could be marked with the left and the right. Look at that. They are not. All right. Next, I'll be putting on these brake backing plates. And they're not marked left or right, but they are specific on how you install them. You want to make sure that the hole here on the backing plate is towards the top. Okay, going on the top of the chassis. And then, of course, there's a flat side. So the flat side, you want that facing towards the wheel and tire. Okay, so we'll bring over the chassis here, and I'm going to flip it over. And you can see this is the top of the chassis. This is the springs. So we want to make sure that our hole is on top, just like that, for both sides. So they're just going to insert in. They press fit in place. All right. So that's all I do for stage 23. Let's get started on stage 24. And of course, we have I'm going to redo that, put the backpack in there. All right. So that completes stage 23. Let's get started on stage 24. Okay. So there you go. There's a stage completed. It took a little while. If you're just joining me, please smash the like button to get my stream out there. It makes a big difference. It really helps to get the stream out there. Okay. All right, so let's look at stage 24 next. All right, we're going to be working on the differential, the rear differential. And this is going to be the fun part. This is something I learned from building the other Jeep that I showed you previously. All right. Up next is stage 24. Here's the parts for that. These are the parts for building the rear differential. Let's get a closer view. We have a rainy day here in Tucson, and we need it. Anytime we get rain in the Southwest, we need it, definitely. All right, so here we go. Okay. Here's a close-up of those parts. We have FM screws. We have the drain and service plugs for the differential case, and that's these right here. They are made of metal. And we also have the drive shaft running to the transmission and to the differential, the rear differential. And then we have the rear differential cover. That's made of plastic. All right, so we're going to put the drain plugs on first, and on the cover itself. Now I'm going to go ahead and make the hole larger. Probably should show that on the video. Let's see which one this is. 24E. Smaller one. Okay. First thing we do is we install the service plug for the differential cover, and that's going to be the smaller plug. See, we have a small one and a large one. So the smaller plug will go on this. Now to kind of help it along, I'm going to go ahead and remount the hole, make the hole just a little bit larger with my X-Acto blade to help it along. And if it's too loose, I can just glue it with some regular Tamiya extra thin. All right. So I don't lose it, I'm going to leave it on the tree and press fit it in place. Just like that. Okay. I'll go ahead and put some extra thin on the back side. There's the extra thin, and just glue it from the back. And that will work on this plastic, not a problem. That's that right there. Then I can take my sprue cutters and cut it off. That way you don't lose it. There we go. All right. Welcome to the Art of Scale Modeling. Doggone it, I cannot remember your first name, and I know you very well. You're always in our Hangouts. If you would, just post your your first name on there. I cannot remember for the life of me. Maybe Mike can help out, the art of scale modeling. I cannot remember. You know, another senior moment. I'm remembering names here, guys. But welcome, join the chat. I am watching the chat. I don't require super chats or anything like that. There's not a whole lot of people here, so I will read your chat. All right. So the next step is the drain plug for the differential. Okay. And this one here should just press fit in place, not an issue. All right, let me do that on camera. Next step, we're going to install the drain plug for the differential. Now, that's the larger plug. It's just going to press fit in place. Smash it down. Doesn't even need glue, but you can use your tweezers if you want. There we go. And I left it on the tree so it doesn't pop out and I lose it. Now I can go ahead and cut it off the tree with some plastic snips. There we go. So that's what that looks. Now, the fun part. All right, I want to explain some stuff to you guys with this. All right, so before I actually do it, I'm going to explain it to you guys that are watching the live feed here. Okay, so I learned this from the green MB Willy's Jeep build from XO Collections. Okay, so I said this in pack 3 when I build the front axle. So the front axle's done. Now we're doing the back. Now if you look here, maybe I can hold it up. These two mounting holes for the differential, they are the weakest point of that axle. It's very thin on each side. So you can kind of see that, and I'll do a video for that. So what happened was, if you put any excessive weight on the top of the Jeep, it will snap. While everything is screwed together, the axle will break at those points. So to beef that up, I'm going to use some super glue. Okay. Now we're going to go ahead and we're going to sandwich the differential case halves over the axle. Okay, like that. And the screws will be going in from the top. So the bottom, you won't even see them. All right. Put it. Okay. Next, we're going to go ahead and install the differential case. Not the differential. Yeah, Next, I'm going to go ahead and install these differential case halves. And this is the top of the differential right here. And this is the bottom with the drain plug on it. Okay. So, like I told you in pack 3 when I built the front axle, the weakest point on this axle are these holes here. It's very thin on each side. And what I found out with my Willy's MB Jeep build, if you put any excessive weight on that area, it will snap. Even with everything screwed together, they will break and your axle will droop, will fall. And you'll like, hey, what's going on? So the way I fixed that is I super glued it. So the way that what we can do to prevent this from happening is we're going to install the axle just like it shows right here, or the differential case on there. But I'm going to super glue it in this area, and this is without putting any glue in those points there, because we have those points They need to go get sandwiched down, but I'll glue around them. So I'm going to put glue on this and then glue around both of those points there. Okay, so let's do that. FM screws will hold all this together. Okay. Once again, I'm going to use my gel super glue, and I'm going to gel it here. On both sides, and you can kind of see that. All right, now I'm going to put it in place and hold it in place. Okay, and I'm going to put the top one down. I'm going to do the same thing to it. So I'm doing top and bottom. Okay, and then I'm going to sandwich it. There we go. Okay, once it's sandwiched, I'll turn it over and I'll put my 2 screws into it to hold it together. My 2 FM screws. And that's just going to make the axle stronger. And even if it did break, it shouldn't break the super glue bonding there, and hold it together a little beefier. If you wanted to put 3-in-1 oil on your screws to help you along, that can be done too. See if I get my bigger screwdriver in there, my PH1 screwdriver, to give me more torque on those screws. Oops, see, I forgot to do something. I forgot to add the differential cover. So take that apart. So it's slow drying super glue, so it shouldn't be an issue here. Flip it over and put my, hopefully, maybe not. Let's pry that apart here. Okay, good. All right, so before I close up the differential, I do want to put my cover on the back, okay, and sandwich that in. There we go. Turn it over, and now my cover is in place like it's supposed to be. Then I can put my screws in. All right. Yeah, that's good. Okay, so don't forget about that differential cover. It just slots in. No issues there. Got too excited. But like I said, that super glue should help you out and make that axle stronger. There we go. And I forgot another thing, didn't I? I forgot to put the axle in. I'm doing good there, Steve. All right, let's try this again. So you need to slot your axle in too. It's okay. So separate this thing. Here we go. So I'm going to slot my I separated it. Okay, I forgot to put the axle in, but no problem. I took my screws out. Now I'm just going to slide it in. The screws removed. Slot it into the front and to the differential here, and then separate it. Just like that. And get everything to line up here. There we go. So that's how that looks. And then I'll put more super glue on this. I'm a hot mess today with this. All right. Everything's reinforced here again. Now I'll put my screws back in. And so don't forget the differential cover and the drive shaft. All right, so I can't use my larger screwdriver to actually tighten them down all the way because it doesn't fit in the holes very well to give you that extra torque. But there we go. Differential is completed and it looks good. All right. And that completes stage 24. Let's get started on stage 25. Gave us a lot of screws too, a lot of FM screws. We got a lot of extra FM screws for some reason with this one. So I save them because you never know if you might need them later on. All right. And I'm going to hit those bolts on the U-joints one more time with some more super glue here. All right. So that's that. Now we'll go to 25 and 25 and 26. So these will be combined because we're putting the wheel and tire together on the wheel. The rim, two-piece rim. And what I found, it really helps to heat up the tire in boiling water first. That way you can smash the two rim halves together with no effort and put your screws in and get everything to line up. Okay, if you don't do that, it makes it a little harder, so I'm definitely going to heat up the tire. Okay. And welcome back. Now we'll go ahead and combine two more stages because it just makes sense here. We're going to assemble the wheel and tire. So the wheel is two halves, stage 25, and stage 26 is the tire. So let's go ahead and get a closer look at both of these. Okay. All right. Stage 25 is the wheel. We received both halves of that, made of metal. Very nice there. Received the brake drum itself, the center cap, and a spacer, CM screws. Stage 26 is the front right wheel. In this very hard plastic and binoculars. Very cool. And BM screws. Now I'm going to go ahead and take and heat up this tire in boiling water for about 3 minutes. Bring it back up here in my studio and install the rim on the tire. I'll be right back. Interesting. So, let's see. All right. Yeah, so they actually tell you that in the instructions also to heat it up. So before I do that, I need to do a step first. I like to get my screws ready ahead of time. And we'll film this part here, putting the drum on. All right, first thing we do here is we'll go ahead and install the drum onto the wheel, just like that, and 2 CM screws will go into that. And I'm going to use some 3-in-1 oil for that. and both screws have been installed. I used a little bit of 3-in-1 oil to help it along. Now I'll get my 4 screws ready for the wheel itself. And I'm going to leave you guys for a little bit while I heat up this tire. The instructions do tell you to heat it up in boiling water. It says hot water, but I like to boil it. Throw it in there for about 2 or 3 minutes. I'll wrap it in foil and I'll bring it back up and we're in business. Get everything set up with the camera. All right. I'll be back. Do some camera adjustments there. A little bit better there. All right. I'll be back. Okay, I am back. Take it out of the foil here. So it's a lot more pliable now. You can see that. So we'll insert the wheel on top here, and then we'll put the other side on, line up the holes, and it's right there. Easy to get your screws in. The rubber is really soft and pliable. It's warm, so I'm keeping my fingers on the wheel itself instead of the tire. And we'll put 4 screws into this. The BM screws, they're black. May help to put a little bit of oil on them. Get them all started before you tighten them down. And one more. So it took about 10 minutes for me to heat up the water and get it to a boil. Put oil on this screw that I didn't put on it. And just tighten them down across from each other. And there you go. All 4 screws are tightened down, and that's what that looks like there. Looks great. You can see the rubber is still very pliable, very nice. And last thing you should do is take your little spacer, insert that into the hub there, and put your cap down on top to lock it in. And we'll install that a little bit later, but that completes stage 26 and 25. Let's get started on stage 27. Okay, so that worked out real good. We've got a couple more items that are added on to the Jeep, the binoculars and the backpack. All right. So I need to find a ruler with centimeters. All right. Here they are. Here Here it is. Getting ready here. So we're going to be working on the brake lines here next. These are the front brake hoses, and they come as one piece. You have to cut them yourself. So you're going to need a good ruler that gives you measurements in centimeters. So one of the hoses is going to be, or two of them are going to be 10 centimeters. And one will be cut at 5 centimeters, and the other cut at 18 centimeters. Okay? So that's what I'll be doing there. So I'll go ahead and begin. Stage 27. Here's the parts for stage 27. We have some front brake hoses and a jerry can. Let's get a closer look. So everybody in the chat, why do they call them jerry cans? Look it up if you need to. Google it. Got a lot of little parts here for the jerry cans. Zoom in here. Let's see here. Okay, yeah, it's part of the brake stuff. All right. All right, here's a close-up of those parts. We got CP, DM, and DP screws. We did receive the brake hoses, the jerry can halves themselves, which are made of plastic, the top, the cap, and the little plugs, and the parts for the brakes. So we received a brake cylinder and some attachment points for the brake hoses. Put all these parts for the jerry can aside. Two 10 centimeters. All right, we need two hoses that are 10 centimeters. That's that right there. Okay. Again. That's those two 10-centimeter hose. We need one hose that's 5 centimeters. That's that there. And one hose that's 18 centimeters. There you go. We have some left over. And there's the 18-centimeter hose. All right. So the next one is, let me get something out here real quick. Oh, I need to go get it. We're looking up the nomenclatures for these parts. So next we're going to assemble this brake valve and brake valve frame assembly. And we have these connectors here for the brake lines. And this is going to go together with the shorter end of this bracket mounted up against the brake valve. I stand corrected. The longer part of the, nope, you're right, the shorter one. So the shorter one is going to mount up against the bracket, just like that, on the brake valve. Okay. Be using a couple of CP screws for this. So you just got to pay attention to the instructions here. Do you see how everything goes together? Just like that. Get both started. These are CP screws once again. just like that. All right, so the two 10-centimeter hoses are called the 27E1 hoses. The 27E2 hose is the 5-centimeter, and the 27E3 hose is the 18-centimeter. So they say next we're going to press fit the hose to the brake valve, and they say if you need to make the end of the hose wider, you can use a toothpick, or you can actually use these tweezers here that I have to make it just a little wider, like that, and then press fit it in place. And you may want to use some super glue also for this. There you go, which I would recommend super glue. Must be almost out of super glue here. I think I am. I'm gonna need to get some other super glue. Okay, I'm back. So I picked up this gap filling super glue. It's called Super T from Satellite City, and I had it stored in my refrigerator, and I haven't even opened it yet. So I will cut that open. Over a paper towel, of course. And I'll put some in a tray here. Like that. And I'll put this back in the fridge, but dip the hose inside the super glue and then press fit it in place. And that should hold it in place. We'll let that sit for a few minutes. Next, the longer 18-centimeter hose, 27E3, goes on the side here. There's another connector. I'll stretch it out a little bit. Bit of super glue and press that in place there. There you go. So I'll let that dry a little bit. I didn't bring my accelerator in, but I could have hit that with some accelerator. We'll be fine though. So that's this. Our brake valve is going to install on the chassis next with DM screws. Of course, I've got a little bit of glue on my fingers. All right. Everybody still with me? I'm glad you're joining me. If you're just joining me, I am building the Agora models, the British Willy's SAS Jeep, and I'm working on the brake lines right now. I'm on pack 4, getting those ready to get mounted onto the chassis here. I just super glued the hoses in place. And you don't have to super glue if you don't want to, but you can in this case. Let's see here how this goes. Yep. Under, over. All right. Mounts right there. Okay. Let these dry just a little more. They're drying pretty good. DM screws, yep. Look ahead here in the instructions to see where these lines go. Okay, I see. Okay. All right. So it's all pretty anchored, tiny parts here, but it's no issue really. Get my screws ready before I film. Okay, so in case you're just joining me, I'm actually filming my video for the playlist here. The camera's above. I have it zoomed in a little closer so you can see in my video for this than what you're actually seeing on camera in front of you. Now I'm going to install this brake valve next. So we'll get that ready. Put a little oil on the screw. All set there. Now the next thing we do is we install this brake valve onto the chassis, and you can see there's 2 mounting holes for it there. If I flip this over, you'll note that there are cutouts for the brake line to run from. So the brake line is going to go in there, run down that channel, and come out the other end. All right. So I'll line this brake valve up, and that longer hose is going through that channel. There we go. It's in the channel. And line it up and put my DM screw into that. Used a little bit of oil on the screw. It's 3-in-1 oil once again. And tighten it down. And you can see how that looks there. And if I flip it over, you can see where the brake line runs through that opening, down the channel here, and it's going to come out the other end right there. Next, we're going to take our little connector, brake line connector, and I'm going to mount the 27E1, which is the 10 centimeter hose, to it. Put a little super glue on it. Just like that. Okay. And then my shorter 5 centimeter hose is going to go on the other side. And there we go. I super glued them in place. And that's how that looks there. Now this is going to get mounted to the chassis next, because I remember that from the other. Okay, so we're going to put a connector, because these two ends here are going to run to the brakes, the brake drums on each side. So we want to put those connectors on there too. Okay, a little bit of super glue there. There you go there for that one. The other brake line. A little super glue on that. And there we go. So both of those are mounted just like that. Now we can go ahead and install this on the chassis, I believe. Yep, actually it goes on the differential. So obviously when this goes on the differential, it's going to go right there in that hole on top of the differential. You want to have the longer hose going to the left, shorter hose going to the right. And this is a press fit. Although you may want to super glue it also. I think I'm going to do that. Yeah. Oh, this is going to the front. Okay. So let me bring you around here. Okay. So we'll cut that out. We're going to the front with this. So bring over your chassis now. So that connector, this connector here, could go into on the front of the axle right there, right by the steering linkage. You can see that hole. And you want to have the longer hose going to the left side of the chassis, and shorter hose going to the right. And this is going to press fit in place. I put a little super glue on that. It looks too big, but I think it will fit. Oh, so I got that wrong. All right. So you want the longer going to the right and the shorter going to the left. Let's see, how does that hook up? Yeah. Pull it through here. A little tricky for that and that. And the smaller one goes there. Use some tweezers on this. It's going to be real hard to show this on camera. Okay. Pause my video, so I got to do some corrections here with the hoses. I got them on the wrong side on the connector, but I think I can overcome that. Because I want I'm just going to make the mount for the hose smaller to feed into it. So not paying attention because I thought I was on the back. I'm really on the front. And I glued the hoses on wrong on this connector. So I want to make sure I can get my hose to go on it. So I'm making the tab to accept it. Because the thinner one is the one I should be using, but I'm in the fatter tab should be going on the axle. Well, I didn't glue the hoses on right, so it's okay. That hose should fit now. All right. yeah. Take this hose and connect it now. So I'm going to connect the third hose to it first. Still got to make it a little narrower. If you're just joining me, I do have a chat going. If you have any questions. All right. All right. All right, so okay, so I did mess up and put the hoses on the wrong side of that connector, but that's okay. I just had to take where this hose here coming off the frame made it so it would hook on the connector. Now it's the wider connector that I ended up using. It should have been the smaller one, but I didn't put this connector on correct. So I'm going to be gluing in the smaller connector on the axle when actually you should use the wider one. But I went ahead and super glued it first, so that's what that looks like there. And then we'll run our hoses from there, from the axle. Okay, so I'm going to glue that down on the axle next. That hose through there, get this hose through that, and glue it down. There we go. All right. All right, here's a close-up view. So I got it glued down on top of the axle. We have the shorter hose, the 5 centimeter hose running off to the left, and then the 10 centimeter hose running off to the right. And these will plug into the brake drums on each side. Okay, so this is tedious work here with these brakes, and it was before. I mean, there's nothing, you just got to take your time with it and follow the instructions. My problem was I thought I was going on the back, and it's the front. So I had things turned around. Now I can plug the brake line into the drum. So I want to show that. Next we'll plug the left brake line into the drum, and you can see there's a hole for that. And it should just press fit in place. I'm going to make the hole wider. It's metal, so I'm just taking the paint out of it. There we go. Snapped right in. And should snap right in, just like that. Do the other side. All right. And the other side snapped right in. No glue is required for that. Looks good. And of course, all our hoses are hooked up. Now we'll go ahead and assemble the jerry can next. All right, so that was fun. Takes a little time, just be patient. Get the camera ready for that. All right, so just gonna test fit here, see how this goes together. 2 screws, and then our handle goes on next. Snaps in. Okay. Yep. All right. How's everybody doing? If you're here, smash the like button. I'm currently working on the front brake hoses, stage 27. And I'm working on the jerry can. Alright, to assemble the jerry can, we're just going to put the 2 halves together here. put that together with 2 DP screws. And the next one here. And remember, we're going into plastic here, so you don't want to over tighten them to where you strip them out. So that should be good. And we have little 2 plastic plugs that go in, just like that. And like that. That's what those plugs look like. Then we put in our cap. That press fits also, just like that. And our handle press fits all together, snaps together. There we go. And there's our jerry can. So I do my outro for the video next. All right. And that completes stage 27. We completed the front brake lines and the jerry can. Let's head over and get started on stage 28, which is the rear brake lines. I'm going to take a little bit of a break here and stretch, and I'll be right back here in a few minutes. Smash the like button, everybody. Smash the like button. It helps the channel. It helps this video get out. Thank you. All right, a little stretch there helps out. I did my Tai Chi this morning, so I'm good to go. My wife and I do the Tai Chi together there. Really helps the stretching and the joints and everything. Okay, let's get rolling on stage 28. The rear brake hoses. Hopefully I do these right this time. Stage 28 is the rear brake hoses. Here's the parts. We also received another jerry can. Let's get a closer look. All right, zoom in here. Excuse me. All right. Here's a close-up of those parts. Here's our jerry can, made of plastic, 2 halves. The handles made of plastic, the cap, and the plugs. Here's our rear brake lines and connectors, DP screws. Okay, so I'm just going to get everything ready this time. I'm going to measure, cut. All we need is 3 hoses out of this. I'm going to hook them up to all the connectors and then explain it on the video. And I should get it right. Two connectors. One connector is bigger than the other, so I should probably show that. And I'll do that because one of them gets mounted to the frame or to the axle. Yeah. Or does it? Let's see here. Yeah. B is bigger. Okay. B is smaller. C is bigger. Okay. Zoom in on here. We have 2 connectors here. We have a 28B and a 28C. So the 28C is this one right here. And 28B has that square. So that's 28B. So we have to pay attention to that when we're installing our brake hoses. B and C. All right. 2 at 7 centimeters. So I'll and I'll just explain what I did. And then 1 at 5 centimeters. All right. Okay. Okay, so now we have 3 hoses. I cut 2 of them at 7 centimeters each, and then 1 at 5 centimeters. Okay, so the 2 hoses that are 7 centimeters are called 28D1, and then the shorter 5 centimeter is 28D2. Let's see here again. Okay. Yeah, all right. Okay, so I grabbed the 5 centimeter, the 28D2 hose, and the 28C, which is the connector that's not square. Okay, and we're going to put our hose on it. Put a little super glue on the end of the hose and press fit it down, just like that. Now the other side here gets attached to that hose on our chassis. So we have our hose on the chassis here. And we'll take the other side of that connector and put it on that. And I did use some super glue for that. Oop, I didn't do that right. All right, I'm gonna cut that off, maybe not, just pull it off. All right. Okay. All right, so we need to put our connector on this hose here on the chassis, but we need to route it through this hole on the side here. Just like that. Turn it over, you can see where it came through. Now it's actually ultimately going to go down on that spot, that hole with the connector. So now we're going to take our connector and we're going to route that on there. I'm going to take some super glue and put that all together there. And then that's going to go down on top of that. I'm going to let that hose dry a little bit and then I'll hook that up. Whew, got out of that one. Okay, good. All right, so now the hose is hooked up down here. And if you wanted to super glue it, you could. I did not. But you can see where that ran from. That and that. Okay. So next I took and I mounted that hose from the chassis to this connector here, the square one, and we're going to install our 2 lines onto that. Now they are the same length. So they should reach, because that connector there is centered. So we'll glue that one in place, and we'll glue the other one in place. And then while I'm at it, I'm going to glue the ends in place. Got this connector goes like that. And the last one here gets glued on that. So here's the 2 connectors that go to the brake drums each side. So we'll mount our hose connector on top of the differential there. I'll use a little bit of glue for that. Just like that. And then I'll route my brake hoses to the drums. To that part of the drum, and I'll same on the other side. All right, we'll let that dry just a little bit. So the rear end was easier than the front end, but it's all good. It's all going to turn out very well. So we need to snap that into the brake drum here. And might make the hole a little bit larger. Okay, so next I'm going to snap that brake line onto the brake drum here. I'm just making the hole a little bit larger because I am going to super glue it. Just like that. And then snap that in place, just like that. Do the same on the other side. And I'm going to show it, but I'm going to use extra thin because it's plastic to plastic. So I no longer need the super glue. Make the hole a little bit larger. So since I made the hole a little bit larger after it snapped in, I don't want it to come back out later. I'm just going to throw some extra thin on that. There we go. On both sides. Remember, we're going plastic to plastic here, so a little bit of extra thin will hold that down. And here's your brake line hooked up to the drum on both sides. Now let's go ahead and assemble the other jerry can. And I'm not going to show that process again because we've already done it once. So I'm just going to assemble it off camera. But I'll explain that. And here's our jerry can parts. I'm going to go ahead and assemble this off camera. I showed you how I did that in the previous stage, stage 27. So I'll be right back. So there you go. Getting close here. The tedious stuff is done. Those brake hoses are tedious. And no matter what you do, just take your time, you'll get it done. Of course, it didn't help I didn't do the front ones correctly in the first place. If I would have done those correctly in the first place, would have been no issue. Would have had it done faster. It's good there. Put the little caps in. They just press fit the other way. So there's a beveled and a flat edge. So I should show that. I didn't show this with the previous jerry can, but these caps, there's a flat side and there's a beveled side. You see that? So you definitely want to have the flat side outward before you press it in place. All right. And there's the jerry can completed. Used both for gasoline or water. So what distinguished the gasoline cans from the water cans? Can you tell me in the comments below? That completes stage 28, where we completed the rear brake lines and this jerry can. So let's head over and get started on stage 29. And if you'd like to answer that in the chat, tell me what distinguished the water jerry cans versus the fuel jerry cans. And I don't think I need any more super glue, so I'm going to put this back in my fridge. Their super glue will last a lot longer if you keep it refrigerated. And I'm going to throw away this. This is empty, this gel type super glue I was using for the axles. It's a real thicker super glue, perfect for that. So if you missed what I did with the axles with this super glue, you can back this video up, I believe, and see what I did under stage 24. It was the second stage in this video. So I'm using my old gaming chair. In this case, it sucks because it hurts my sciatic nerve I have going on. I've been stretching though, doing some Tai Chi, which makes it fun. So at my age, you want to keep your body stretched out and limber as much as possible, especially when we sit here at the workbench at my age. It's kind of detrimental. So my new studio, I actually have one of those lifting table things so I can stand up and do work if I need to. So we're going to be working on 29 next. 29 is the exhaust pipe. Now remember, I may have to get the super glue out for this too. I had the super glue stuff for this also on the green Jeep that I built. So I'll get that ready just in case, because I'm pretty sure I got to use it. With this exhaust system underneath the Jeep, this is one of the parts you want to try to avoid if you're picking up the Jeep later on while you're building and you're picking it up from underneath. You don't want to put any pressure on this because you could break some of the parts for the exhaust system. All right. It's a great build though. I'm having a blast with this. So here's the parts for stage 29. This is the exhaust system. We also received another backpack. Let's get a closer look. So if you're just joining, you're actually seeing a live IRL of what I do when I film my builds, park work. So this is the Agora models, British SAS Jeep, 1/8 scale, huge Jeep. And a pleasure to build so far. All right, so I'm gonna get a little closer. Film it for my video series for this build. CP and DM screws, and our muffler gets mounted underneath with the exhaust pipes and such, along with another backpack. Has a nylon strap and buckle. All right, are you there? All right, sorry about that. Got disconnected somehow. I have no idea what happened there, but I am back. You didn't really miss much, and if whatever you missed will be on my video because I was filming with the camera above. So, wow, that's a first. Don't know why it got disconnected. Unless my router reset or something I didn't notice. So I brought over, next we're gonna go ahead and work on the XO Collections Willy's MB Jeep, the US Army Jeep, all green here. And I almost have it completed, as you can see. There's a few things that still need to go on it, and we're going to do that here next. But this is the Jeep that I cut my teeth on. I learned a lot from this one, and it's helping me out with the SAS Jeep build. So this is fantastic. It's super heavy. I mean, gosh. It's a beast. So definitely, I showed you guys how to beef up the axles on the Jeep. Please do that. I highly recommend that. The axle actually broke on this one. It wasn't for me pushing down on it. It was from when I moved from West Virginia back here. I retired from my job in West Virginia and I moved out here, and I had it boxed up in the trailer, and the bouncing road and all that, the axle broke. So just from that. So I would recommend, if you're moving and you need to box up and move your cars, your big cars like this, do yourself a favor and remove the wheels and tires on those cars first, pack them up nice, and then put it on some foam so your suspension doesn't get broken. So I would recommend take the wheels and tires off first for your transporting of this. So I apologize that I lost connectivity here. I'm going to go ahead and we're going to build some stages on this. And I need to eat something though. I'm gonna grab myself a sandwich, and I will be right back. So talk amongst yourself in the chat, and I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. I am back. Uh, so there it is. Here's my sandwich. So sourdough bread, Swiss cheese, and olive loaf. Man, olive loaf. That was the thing back in the day. Love it. There we go. That's a sandwich. So before I begin again, I'm going to have my lunch. Even though it's, what, 2:30 in the afternoon? So Saturday I went to a Volkswagen bug show about 80 miles north of me here, Chandler. As a friend of mine was entering his 68 convertible. You know, he put a lot of money into the engine. It's got a hot rod motor in it. I won't say how much, but I wouldn't spend that much to have a motor built, but it's supreme. Very nice. Cherry paint job from the pan off. Custom. Has a red with like a purple pearl clear over the top of it. It's beautiful. I took pictures of it and video of it. I'll be coming out with a video of the show here in the next couple days. So that's what I did Saturday. Got a lot of sun. It was great. Ate some street tacos there. Got a lot of good exercise. Saw some beautiful buses. Man. So I am done with the iPad. Because this time we have instructions I can follow. They gave a little booklet on building this Jeep here. I'm glad you could join me on my live stream. And if you're not joining me, that's your problem, right? You missed out. So I have a friend in Payson that has a World War II Jeep, but it's the Ford version. The Ford Willy's Jeep, I guess. Has Ford on the back of the Jeep itself, but he's been restoring it. It's a beautiful Jeep. And then years ago, when I was in the Air Force, I taught classes in Pennsylvania. See, it totally skips my mind. What is that place called? They have EC-130s there. Harrisburg. Just a second here, let me eat. Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. So one of my students in my class had a Willys Jeep, standard one. It was beautiful. He drove it. He had headquarters markings on it. It was really nice. He says he participates in a lot of parades and stuff with it. But wow, to own a Jeep like that, to be the owner of one of these would be fantastic. I'd love to own one. All right. Almost done. Get this ready here. So the still have packs from Eagle Moss, and I'm going to use these before I break into the kit from XO Collections. So in order to do that, those don't have labels on them. So I'm taking the label off. And I'll mark it with a Sharpie. Because Eagle Moss doesn't exist, I'm not going to use the logo for Eagle Moss. It's an XO Collections kit now. Okay, so that's prepped. All right, almost there. Just taking a lunch break right now, but if you're just joining me, I'm currently building the, this video started off with the Agora models, British SAS Willy's Jeep. Just completed that. And now I'll be working on the EXO Collections MB Willy's Jeep, the U.S. Army version. All right. I think I'm ready to rock and roll here. I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to do the intro for this video. Go. Good. Take that out of there. There's a lot of dust on this. Even though I had it covered with towels, it's still... What's that? From... Oh, that's the mirror. Okay. I left the mirror off. And my dogs, I brought a lot of dirt and dust into the house, my big dogs. But they're good anyway. All right. And welcome back to another installment of the EXO Collections Build the MB Willys Jeep from World War II. This is the green U.S. Army Jeep from World War II, and I'm going to continue my build with this. I pretty much stopped at stage 70, so we're going to be continuing with this build. 4 more stages, 71 through 75. And basically, we're just going to be adding some small stuff to it here and there. But I hope to continue this for you and get it done. We still need to build the trailer for this and the gun. But that'll all come, and pretty much the Jeep is finished here. So if you think you'd like to get this for yourself, head over to EXO Collections and purchase this kit. You have to buy it as a complete kit, and you'll get a very large box sent to you. Look at my playlist. I put a link to the playlist down below of this video, and you can watch all the stages that I built for this. And it's been a lot of fun to build this too. So without further ado, let's go ahead and look at the parts that I'm going to be assembling in this video. I'll be right back. So it's a little bit different here because I'm not doing them in packs. I'm just doing them by stages. So I'll be building 4 stages here, 71 through 75. Okay. Excuse me. All right. Here's the parts that I'll be assembling for this video, and parts pack 71 will be some of the mounting brackets that go on the side of the Jeep for accessories. 72 are some handrails that go on the side of the Jeep. 73 are some reflectors and tail lights. Or actually more like the reflectors. 74 are the taillights themselves and the lenses. And then of course we have the mount and jerry can for this Jeep for 75. All right, so in this case, I'll show the parts, give you a close-up of the parts, and then we'll assemble. I'm pretty much not gonna show putting screws in and all that. That could be boring. Just show you the completed work for these. All right. So this is live IRL. You're actually watching me while I film my video. Here's the parts for stage 71. And these are some of the mounting brackets that go on the side of the Jeep. Let's get a closer look. Oh yeah. So these parts are contained in parts packs. That I might have on my iPad. let's see here. So I can identify the parts pack where you can find these parts in the box. Go to my photos. No, that's not it. Or is it? Yeah, it is. Here they are. There they are. Okay. $71, right? 71. Parts pack 8. So they're all in parts pack 8. All right. So these are tiny parts. You really got to zoom in to give you a close-up of them. Left and right brackets. A lot there. All plastic. Yep. Take those out. Tiny strap holders. And screws. All right, here's a close-up of those parts. We have EM and WM screws. We have some brackets that basically get mounted on the side of the Jeep, and some strap hold-down brackets and such. A couple of these brackets are marked with the left and right so you don't get them confused. Yep. And these here are marked left and right, so it matters which side they go on. All these parts can be found in Parts Pack 8 of your kit. So we bring the Jeep over, turn it on its side. So we're going on the left side, but it's going to be the same on the right side. And we do have a manual to go by for this. All right. The manual is nice to have for this. So we want to pick the part for the left side. And is that this? '71C. Yep. Okay. That goes there, which I'm not in camera with that. WM screw. My screwdriver at? Where did it go? Right there, okay. All right, the first bracket I'm going to put in is this one right here, and it is marked with the left. We're going to be working on the left side. We'll also work on the right side. But that's going to go right there, and 2 WM screws will hold that in place. Just a little bit of oil And tiny brackets. This looks like the brackets for the top, the canvas top brackets. Make sure I'm putting them in right. They're going in the right direction. Yep. Okay. The bracket needs to be turning outward. I'm going to do the other side. So they just in the instructions, they show you one side, but they say repeat for the other side pretty much. So that's what we do. Pretty easy. All right, those are tight. So I might as well put the other one in on this side, but I'm going to show the other side. Right. Right, like that. Okay, looks good. Same thing. WM. Need 4 of those out of there. So the video isn't as long. I don't show both sides. I'll just show the one side and explain what I did. So you have to be cognizant of the video camera above me to show you what I'm doing. And so that's why I turned it over on its side. And I'll do that again on the other side. But I don't necessarily need to do it while I'm building it in front of me. Is there another one that needs to go down on this side? Yeah. Yep. Okay, it's tight. And then this thing goes in there. It just snaps in with a C-clip. Yep. Which way? Which way? Like that? Yep. Like that. And then a C-clip holds that in. Just like that. Then I cut it off. So I'll show all that. Perfect. Well, not perfect. There we go. That's good. Okay. I can do those later. All right, so I'll turn this over and show what I did. Where are those screws? There they are. Which way did they go? Yeah, on the outside. All right. All right, so I put in those WM screws right there. They're tight. I did the other side. Now we put in this bracket here, which is on the left side. It has an L on the back. And that's going to mount further back. Right there. With WM screws again. But before I put that on, I'm going to put this bracket on, this little half loop, and it goes on the outside of it, just like that. See that? Just snap through. Now we have these little C-clips that hold it in place. So I'm going to press that C, I'm going to leave the C-clip on the tree, I'm going to press it in place. Just like that. Now I can go ahead and cut it off so I don't lose the C-clip. So they did give us an extra C-clip. I did the other side already. And there we go. Now I can put my 2 WM screws into that. Get that out of there. Da, da, da. All right. So you definitely don't want to lose those C-clips, so it's better to leave them on the tree and then install them and then cut them off. Come on. Screw does not want to start. There we go. Why? Murphy always kicks in with these kits, especially when you're filming. And this is one of those brackets for the canopy, the top, soft top. All right. And there you go. Both those screws are put in, they were tight. That's what that looks like. Next, we're going to install some brackets on the back side of the Jeep. All right. So you got to be careful when you handle this that you don't mess with the muffler and exhaust. Very fragile, fragile, as they say. So this is kind of hard to show. That looks good. That looks good. All right. Make it wider. So on the back side here of the Jeep, I'm going to be adding these 3 strap holders brackets, and they're going to go in 3 places, right there, and right there. I'll be back when I get them done. Everybody still there? Nobody in the chat? All right. So these are smaller EM screws now. I don't think I need to use oil for these because they are small. Yeah. So just, you know, a little time here. It's fun. I'll get them all started, then I'll tighten them all down. Then I think the last thing after this is that jerry can and bracket, mount bracket for it. And you want to be careful with these too. You don't over tighten them, you could break them. Because they are going into metal and they could snap off on you. You don't want that to happen. They just need to be snug. Get one side started first while you're holding it, and then start the other side. So I'll just tighten them all down now. I got them all started. No oil because they're so small. Not using oil, you're less apt to make a mess too, because the oil does leave back some residue. Could drip down or whatever. Ruin the finish. But you may want to weather your Jeep. Make it look like it's been out in the elements in the war-torn World War II of Normandy or something. There we go. So those are all installed, and I'll show that on video. Okay, all three strap brackets are installed. Right there, right there, right there. Don't over tighten them, just make them snug so you don't break them off. They could break off. They're very tiny screws. I did not need to use any oil on those. So let's move on to the next step, which will be the jerry can. All right. At least I thought it would be the jerry can. What am I thinking of? Not the jerry can. All right. So I'll film that over. So 71 is complete, starting on 72, which are some handles. All right. And there you go. That completes stage 71. Let's head over and get started on stage 72. All right. The grab handles. Yep, there I go. See, gotta be careful. Here's the parts for stage 72. These are some grab handles that go on the side of the Jeep. Remember, you can find these in pack 8 of your kit. Let's get a closer look. 2 straight grab handles and 2 grab handles that go on the corners. Film that. They're all metal too. Metal grab handles. That's very cool. Not just plastic. Okay. DM and SM screws. We have 2 flat grab handles. They are made of metal, along with the grab handles for the corners of the Jeeps, and they're also metal. Okay. Bring the Jeep over. And let's see where this goes. It goes like that, right? Yep. Pretty nice. Goes there. Are they marked? Yep, with a right and a left. All right. Let's see what the difference is, though. Oh, yeah, one's longer than the other. Let's see. Let's look at the instructions. So that makes a difference how they go on. So it looks like shorter on this side and longer on the back. Let's see here how that looks. Yep. Yeah. Okay. And yeah, they're marked. Okay. So left and left. Right, right, and left. No, these are right. That's right. Right. I'm gonna do the rights. Because the right side's closer to the camera. All right. And those require SM and DM. All right. Just SM for that one. All right, the first grab handle I'm going to put in is going to be on the right-hand side, and they are marked with an R for right for this one, and same with the other one. It's the same way. Okay, so that's just going to go in a slot like that. We're going to put 2 SM screws into that. And the next one here, and the reason why I left the mirror off on the left side, because we're doing this kind of stuff. Put the mirror on last. All right, good. Now we're going to put the handhold bracket on the back here. There's 2 screws. There's a screw here and there's one on the other side. Here's the bracket. It is marked with a left and a right. Now, they appear to be the same, but I want to make sure that they line up like they're supposed to. I thought one side was shorter than the other, but it is. It's a little bit longer here, or shorter there and longer there. So we're going to put that down with DM screws, 2 DM screws. All right. Okay. Okay, both DM screws are installed, and we'll do the same thing with both of those brackets on the other side. That completes stage 72. Let's get started on stage 73. Okay. So I put those brackets on now. I could have put them on earlier. Everybody still with me? That's the first time I've had a video, my stream lock up. Like I said, I think it was my router was probably resetting or something, doing an update. Okay. Huh. It wasn't even starting. What the heck? Gotta go through that bracket. That's weird. All right. Let's back that out. Nope. Not backing out. So we'll just screw it in. There we go. So yeah, it's fun to build this. And the other one. Murphy. Okay. And 2 more screws. All right. All right, that's done. Now we'll go to the next stage. Stage 73. But I need to take a break here, stretch. Oops. Sorry, I keep hitting the camera. Everybody there? Everybody with me? All right. Smash the like button if you're watching. Please smash the like button. Going on 2 hours and 17 minutes. That's okay. So remember, whenever you go to the bathroom, you need to do that. All right. Okay. These are the reflectors. Once again, we'll be done all off camera, pretty much. It's weird that they have left and rights for reflectors. Okay. I need to film the instructions. So I was filming the instructions as I was going along. So I think I'll do that first. So before I do the next one, I'm just going to film these instructions and throw those into video. Okay. Here's the instructions for stage 71. These are the rear brackets, front pivot brackets, C-rings. And these are for the straps and the canvas top. So we're installing 2 side brackets and the back brackets. Stage 72, I'm going to be installing these handrails, as they call them. 2 on the side and 2 in the corners. Let's look at those parts. Stage 73, I'll be assembling the reflectors, side reflectors, and the rear reflectors. Let's look at those parts. All right, so I'm caught up with that. Now, get the reflectors back out and I'll film that. Here's the parts for stage 73. These are the reflectors. Now remember, you can find these in pack 8 of your kit. Let's get a closer look. All right. Zoom in a little close here. Left and right. No markings on that one. Right on that. Okay, so these are definitely different. Okay. Looks like all these reflectors are the same. They could be different. Right. All right, VM and XM screws. We have some red reflectors. We have reflector housings on top. These aren't marked with a left or right, but these other 2 are. This is the left reflector and that's the right reflector housing. All right, so once again, I'm just going to do this off camera. So we'll do, looks like the right side first. Yeah, so the ones that are marked left and right, they go sideways, and the other ones go up and down pretty much. All right. the right side. Are these the same? They look like they are all the same. Yep. Okay. And then that one and that one. Okay. Bring this over. So, right, and there, and there. Maybe that goes there. No. These holes are smaller. Look again at the picture before I proceed. Okay. Yeah. And then C. Okay. No. D. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay, for the reflectors, make sure we put the reflector on the back side here. It's marked with an R, and that will go kind of like sideways in those holes. And we'll put a screw into that. That will be an XM screw that goes into that. And I'm going to do the other side. I'll do the other side while I'm at it. I'm not going to show the other side, but I'm going to do it. All right. So make sure that's pressed down all the way. Do the other side. And they did not give us any spare XM screws. Okay, and while I'm at it, I'm going to do the other side that I'm not going to show. And that takes VM screws. What's the difference? I have no idea. They look the same. They look the same. Okay. As a matter of fact, they're not as big as the other one. Okay. Got 2 extra VMs. That one went in better. I wonder what is going on here. Yeah. I don't know. Okay. All right. Then we have this. We have the side reflector here that goes in. That's not marked with the left or right. That just goes in on the side like that. We put VM screw into that. So I did the other side also. We'll put our reflectors in next. So these line up. There's a tab. Put that on the side here. All right. Now for the reflector, there is a little tab that lines up with the hole there. And that goes in just like that. So they don't really want to line up that good. Do what I can to get it to line up. Get that in all the way so it doesn't pop out. Is that it? Yep. Like the last reflector, right? Murphy, there we go. It's not wanting to stay in. Here we go. Perfect. All right. Okay. I need to film those. That completes pack 7, stage 73. All right. All right, so both reflectors are installed there. I did both sides. That completes stage 73. Let's head over and get started on stage 74. All right. Everybody still with me? Okay. 74 will be the taillights. And those have LEDs installed already. What is going on here? Oh, some fun stuff going on here. Because we do the electrical socket frame and cap. So there's electrical socket that gets mounted with a cap and 2 screws. KP screws. All right. All right, so let's show the instructions first. All right, here's the instructions for stage 74. We're going to be working on the tail lights and the electrical socket frame. That's that right there. Assemble that socket and then the tail lights. Let me get the parts, I'll be right back. Here's the parts for 74. Let's get a closer look. So I got quite a bit of editing to do with this video, but not bad. It won't be a very long video. And I noticed some people are building this kit from Exo Collections on YouTube. They're currently building it. I'm way ahead of them. So that's motivation for me to finish mine before they get to where I'm at. Okay. Turn that around. Okay, there we go. All right. Okay, here's a close-up of those parts. Here's EM and KP screws. Here's that electrical socket and cap for that. And our tail lights. One is a white one and a red one with the bezels for those. All right, so I'll assemble the cap first. Tiny KP screws. And that cap. Okay, yeah. Here we go. Like that. Crazy. Oh, let me clean it up. There's some tree attachment in there. Yeah, it's not supposed to be there. Right. Okay, so that slides in there, and then we put our screws in to hold it in place. All right, so we'll assemble our cap for the electrical plug-in, and that inserts in just like that. And we'll put our KP screws into that. They're tiny screws. Pretty easy so far. Oh, it's just one screw that went into it. Okay. Perfect. Okay, so it's just one screw that went into it. That's good. I thought it showed two in the instructions. I'm going to look at them again. It did. I don't see the one on the other side, unless it's not drilled. Nope. And it's not self-tapping. Yeah, it just shows the one. So I'm just going to leave it with one. And these aren't self-tapping. All right. Where does that go now? That goes on the back of the Jeep. Okay, with EM screws. EM screws. Okay, so that electrical cap was installed on the left-hand side of the Jeep on the back side. And that's what that looks like. 2 EM screws were used for that. Now the taillights. Taillights will be easy. The white taillight is on the right and the left one is the red one. Okay. So these clear lenses just insert and get pressed down on some tabs. All right, so working on the tail lights here. This is the red one. It goes on the left side of the Jeep. The lens insert presses down on those 2 green tabs there. You can see it just presses down, and then we'll mount that. Looks like it's just a press fit into the body. No screws required. Same with the right one. Press fits also. You know, maybe a little bit of extra thin on that, just sparingly, so it doesn't cloud it, so it will hold it in place while it's installed. So that's going to cover those LEDs. So just a little bit of extra thin to hold those in. Let that dry. Okay. Let those dry a little bit. And they just press fit. Very cool. Let those dry. Wow, pretty loose. May have to use some super glue on them. Let's see. Yep. Yeah. Or do I want to use something else to lock them in that's not permanent? right. All right, so use something that's not as permanent instead of super glue to fasten these taillight lenses down. I think I'll use some Tulip Slick. I have this also, Glossy Accents. That's clear. That may be better. Yeah, that's better. Yeah. So this glossy accent will dry, clear, but hold it in place, but it won't be like super glue. I can still pop it out if I need to. It's almost like a canopy glue. Glossy Accents. I had a bigger bottle, but it's dried out. It's dried up. So that'll work. Then I'll explain what I did. Actually, I'll film it. Zoom out. There we go. Okay, so for installing the tail light lenses or the bezels, I discovered they kind of go in loose. They really don't lock in, and I don't want to use super glue to secure them. So what I'm actually going to use is this glossy accent. Okay, it dries clear, almost like a canopy glue, but it will hold it in place. So I've got some applied there already, and we'll slide it in. Of course, I dropped it, and I don't know where it went. All right. Okay. And put that in, just like that. And it locks in, just like that. So both of them have been put in, both tail lights. That's what they look like. And both tail lights are installed. You can see that there. So that completes stage 74. Let's head over and do the final stage for this video, stage 75. Do the instructions. Here's the instructions for the final stage for this video, stage 75. We're going to assemble the jerry can and the jerry can mount. And There's the mount itself and the jerry can installed. Let me get the parts, I'll be right back. Here's the parts for 75. Let's get a closer look. All right. So this one is just like the SAS Jeep, but there's no caps. But I think that's because you're not really going to see them, the holes for that. But everything else looks the same. All right. WM and JP screws. Here's our jerry can, 2 halves for gasoline. It could also be used for water. And here's the mount for it, along with the handle and the cap. Easy peasy. Let's see, JP screws and then WM screws for the mount. Easy stuff here, huh? Easy there. JP screw, holding it together. Just like that. Both screws are in. Now we'll put the cap on. A little different with this. And the handle snaps in. There you go. That goes like that. 2 WM screws. These are a little longer, so I'm going to use some oil on them. All right, so I need to zoom out some. All right, 2 WM screws were used for that right there to tighten down. That's our jerry can mount. The jerry can will go down on top of that. And that completes stage 75. I'll be right back. All right. So I'm just gonna all right. There you have it. That completes this video. We completed stages 71 through 75 for the Willy's MB Jeep from XO Collections. Head over to XO Collections and purchase your kit today. It only comes as the complete kit. I put a direct link in the description below. If you like this content, please subscribe to my channel and smash that like button. Happy modeling, everybody, and take care. Okay. Yeah, so we're continuing with the Jeep here. And got a few extra parts still. Got to continue building on with the roof. And this is the rack for the soft top. And the mirror I left off because we're still installing stuff on it just to protect the mirror. I left it off. We'll install that later, the side mirror. But that's what that looks like. Oh, that was fun. Thanks for joining me. I'm going to go ahead and I think I'm going to finish up with this live stream. Thanks for joining. I hope you have a very nice evening, the rest of your evening, and join me again when I do this again. I'm sure I'll be posting up another live stream to build the LaFerrari next, so that's will be coming up. If you like my content, please subscribe if you're not subscribed already. Take care, everybody.